Alright, we are live. I was just looking for a good thumbnail image, and this lot looked pretty interesting. Let's see what's in here. I saw the Time Splitters games, but everything else is kind of definitely not worth $200. What's this music? This is Final Zone on the Genesis. Oh, it's sold. Well, let's see what they got for $250. I guess they deemed this. Oh, yeah, I mean, it did have Kirby's Adventure, Friday the 13th, Chip and Dale, DuckTales. There were quite a few games in here that are probably in the 20 plus range. I guess somebody deemed it worth the $250 for 36 games. But let's start with our auctions. Hello Ivy, hello Christian. It's a good track. Yeah, this is a good playlist. I pop this playlist on every once in a while. It's got some really good Genesis music. Four Pokemon games and the Pokemon Game Boy. Let's see what this sells for. And a case with some boogers wiped on there. I'm gonna say it goes for, I don't know, just gonna throw out a number, $383. No idea. If they snipe it. $325. I never had cases for my handheld consoles like that when I was younger. I just took good care of them as much as I could. I never had... So I started getting cases for DS Lite. I don't even think I had a case for the DS, but DS Lite is when I started getting cases. And the PSP obviously I think came with one, right? Which is a nice case. Hello, Sky Blue. Game Boy Advance SP. Yeah, I didn't even have one for the SP. And mine, my console stayed in really nice shape. I just took good care of them. Seeing a lot of auctions we actually saw last week. Splatterhouse 3. The Alone in the Dark lot. Read the description. This is an N64 game. Not a backer card. Works. Game is missing sticker. Good condition with some wear. Dented box. What you see is what you get. Seems pretty good shape. Oh. Damn. eBay Games decimated that cart sticker. I don't think I've ever seen something like that. I guess if the label is destroyed enough, they actually just put their own custom label on there. I've never seen that. Wow. Just the cases. Doesn't look like a very exciting Super Nintendo LED. But I mean, there's multiple ways you can deal with the YouTube or the Twitch highlighting thing. All of them are still a ton of work and a pain in the ass. But I really don't feel like getting on that topic tonight. I'm looking to relax, not get worked up. Interesting. Steelbook? You guys got a Steelbook Killzone on PS2? Wow. Steelbooks were so rare on the PS2. With NetPlay? Wow, look how bright and vivid the orange is on Killzone. For PAL PS2. I also kind of like what they did with the online NetPlay here. US PS2 games were very discreet about network play on their games. You had to check the back of the box. If more games had this, I feel like certain smaller online games would have sold better. Just gotta zoom in my chats, they're a little zoomed out. It's hard to read. And that is a very weird way to take a picture of a bunch of games. $300. Honestly, it's not as bad of a lot as I thought it would be. It's not as much sports as I was anticipating. Not terrible. If you're looking to start a cart-only N64 collection, this is actually probably a pretty good lot. Yeah, there's some doubles. But it's not filled with sports games, which is very rare for a lot of 49 N64 games. I'm gonna link this one. Come on. Thank you, Kenshiro. Appreciate it. Hello, Mark. How often do I purchase something? On stream, I don't buy things on stream. When I stream and find good prices on things, I put the links in chat for other people to buy. Thank you, Young. Appreciate the 21 months very much. Let's see if this copy comes with the trading card. No trading card. All the Lord of the Rings PS2 games, well, at least The Hobbit, Fellowship of the Ring. Actually, yeah, Return of the King and Two Towers. But Fellowship and Hobbit had trading cards. You would get a random one in the package. No, the only thing I play offline right now is when I randomly decide to practice Final Fantasy X. I'm pretty much on hiatus from Pokemon Pocket until they come out with more cards. Whenever that is, I think at the end of the month. It's a good price for Battle Assault. I think Battle Assault 1 is like $35, $40 maybe. Yeah, $40. Bidding $10 ends in 15 minutes. I have not been reading who Pokemon Go is being sold to. No. You mean like Niantic isn't going to develop it anymore? Seems like a good price for Mario Brothers 2 complete in box. Oh. It's got mold and water damage, that's why it's cheap. See right here? That is water damage. They're selling it for $3.5 million to Scopely. I don't know who Scopely is. $3.5 million also doesn't seem like very much for a Pokemon mobile game. Does Pokemon Go really struggle in that much? I feel like it would be worth more than that. Rebel of the Rebellion, celebrating 2 years. Thank you, Rebel. Getting yourself the silver knob. Well, I guess that's going to be the death of Pokemon Go. Still quite a bit of people that play it, too. Sonic that bad. It wasn't that bad. It just has a lot of balance issues. But man, I'm just blown away. Because obviously I mentioned I was streaming Crossworlds. So of course the algorithm right now is just showing me nothing but other people playing Sonic Crossworlds on like X and stuff. Almost everybody is in love with the game and I'm just like, really? Or am I only being pushed, like, the positive stuff? Everybody's like, this game is amazing. I saw one right before I went live that's like, this game is perfect. It's a blast. I'm like, are these people just like, have they ever played a kart racer before? The game is so busted. However, there was one person that wants to use my clip of like going from 12th place to 1st place in that one race I did in a video they're working on, because they also have the same feelings as me about the game being terrible in its like balance aspects. So they're going to be working on that with my clip. I told them they can use it. pretty good price for Hyperstone Heist if you don't mind not having the manual complete. Right now, this game is about 150 to 200. The price has come down a bit. But honestly, right now, it's kind of like you're getting the box for free if it doesn't go up much more. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody, what's being pushed to me on X right now is like every tweet is just gushing praise for the game, and I'm just like, man, are people just that disillusioned from a competitive kart racer at this point? It's one of the most broken rubber banding catch-up games I've ever played. But Sonic fans are also super gullible. Like, they will take a pile of steaming shit and be okay with it, so it doesn't surprise me. I'm one of the few people that will be very honest, brutally honest with my opinions on Sonic games. Is this complete? No. Well, this is the same seller as Hyperstone Heist, so check out their other items, because apparently they have some pretty good box cart listings. How did I feel about the Wii Sonic games? I wasn't too big of a fan of Secret Rings and Black Knight when they came out. I didn't dislike them, but I didn't love them. However, when I came back to them all these years later, I grew a much bigger appreciation for them. Especially Secret Rings. Because I attempted to learn the speedrun for Secret Rings, so that means that I actually had to sit down and figure out how to play and control the game appropriately so I can do precise jumps and tricks and everything. So when I took the time to actually learn how the sensitivity works in that game, it's very fun. I think Secret Rings is one of the more underrated Sonic games because most people understandably don't give it a chance. It's got nothing but motion controls. And if you don't really know the sensitivity of what the game expects from you, it can be kind of frustrating to play. But if you take the time, it's actually a lot of fun. The music's amazing. The levels actually look really good. And the way that it's kind of like laid out, hey, thank you, Trekkie. The way that it's laid out is also quite nice in terms of like the small mission structure. I really don't want to see graded games. No, Sonic Adventure 2 is not my favorite. I would put Adventure 1 way above it. I would even put Sonic's story from Sonic 06 above Sonic Adventure 2. But Sonic Adventure 2 is one that I gotta revisit at some point to see if my opinion on it has changed after all these years. I just really like Sonic and Shadow in Adventure 2, and everything else I really was not super into. So it's kind of a weird one for me. But I haven't played it in so long that I'm sure if I went back to it now, I'd have a different opinion. Hello, Bisluk. There's just something about Adventure 1 with like the hub world and everything. It just... the cohesiveness of it. I don't know, it's just like such a cozy 3D platformer. Even the long, chunky loads from the Dreamcast version. As you went between the worlds. Thank you, Stage 1. Stage 1. 96-month resub. Thank you, Stage 1, for the 8 years. Crazy. Really appreciate it. Gotta remember to drink water. I think my headache from playing Crossworlds last night has bled into today. I just hope they fix the game. It actually has a lot of potential to be super good. All they gotta do is just fix the rubber banding and the catch-up mechanics and maybe tone down the items a little bit, and the game will be damn good after that. But not until then. Unleashed and Colors. I would put Colors above Adventure 2, probably. Unleashed, I would have to play again. I'm not the biggest fan of the hub world in Unleashed, so... But I really like the Sonic levels in Unleashed. Do I know why PAL games are so much more expensive than in the US? Well, if it's an exclusive PAL game, that can become really expensive because the people in the US want to import it. Otherwise, it really just has to do with print runs. Sometimes the PAL versions have a lower print run than the US versions. Remember this listing? We had a debate about this one like a month ago, trying to figure out what was going on here, and then we figured out it's just a reflection of the cell phone. They're like old friends. There will come a day where you will no longer see this copy of Guardian Heroes for bidding on eBay. I'm sure. Well, I hope they adjust it, but they may not, because right now the feedback I'm seeing for Crossworlds is so positive they may think nothing's wrong with the game. But maybe that's what people want. Maybe people want kart racers where it's just like you're grouped up with everybody for all 3 laps. And there's just like no spread of racers. Maybe that's what people want. Maybe they just want like that like adrenaline back and forth the whole race. But it really does make it feel like it doesn't matter what you do in the first 2 laps at all. The only thing that matters is the last 50% of the final lap. And my clip that I posted on X proves that. I don't think you can find a more obvious example. Muppet Racer on the PS1? I still have not played that one. Hello, Martini. How is it visually? It's actually really nice visually. There's a lot of particle effects going on. The slowdown is almost non-existent, despite all the stuff happening on screen with like tons of people racing in the same area. The colors are really nice. I mean, it's a good-looking game, that's for sure. And I'm pulling for it. I don't want the game to fail. I want them to get it as good as it can be. But from what I'm seeing, there's not a lot of vocal people about the issues right now. It's a good price for this despite the damage on the manual and creases in the box. $50. It's not as sought after as the clamshell version, but even in this condition, complete, it's worth at least $100. So I'm gonna link this. Fitting we listen to Genesis music tonight. We're finding some good Genesis auctions. If someone liked Racing Band Transform but hated Team Sonic Racing, would Crossworlds be worth checking out? I think you would be more inclined to like Crossworlds. Team Sonic Racing, I actually think I prefer at the moment just because it felt more methodical in terms of like your drifting. The slowness of Team Sonic Racing was its downfall, but at the same time the slowness allowed you to set up super duper precise drifts and turns that I really tried to take advantage of in like time trials and stuff. But if you prefer your games a bit more hectic and fast, then Crossworlds would probably be better for you. Game Heroes, $28. $8 shipping starts to kill that deal though. Mario Kart Rapid Fire. Mickey's Speedway is just too much character chatter. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I bought Donna. That was one of the earlier Mega Drive imports I bought. I think I streamed it a long time ago, and honestly, based on what I remember, it's probably not worth whatever the hell it's going for these days. I just remember it being okay. That's all I remember. Yeah, I think I bought Donna for like maybe $20 or $30. It was very low demand back when I got it. It was kind of like an afterthought. I'm like, oh, the cover's cool. Let's get this one. That's a sun-faded copy of Croc right there. I have not played Linda. No, Linda Cubes. Oh, do people still play PS2 Online? You can still play PS2 Online, yes. I did it a handful of years ago with SOCOM, playing with my community. But I haven't done it in a very long time. But yeah, you can still play PS2 games online if you want. There's different ways now, though, than what I used back then. You have to have a fat PS2, though, because it has the Ethernet plug. Or you can use the adapter, rather. Well, actually, no, the Slims have that, too, built in. But if I remember right, you have to have the fat PS2 for some reason. I don't remember why. Yeah. There's been a couple of the people I used to play SOCOM with coming to my streams. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of them I haven't talked to in like 2 decades. Some pretty decent PS1 auctions. Currently kind of priced around what they would normally go for. But they got that peacock effect in full swing right here. With the spread. Here's a fully complete version of Thousand Arms. But I wouldn't necessarily say these are deals. They're just like creeping up on the normal price for those games. I would not play 11 on PS2, no. It's really no sense. It was what it was back in the day, but if you're going to play 11 now, it's got to be on PC. I'm sure I'll do another private server delving in on 11. I don't know if it'll be on, what was the last one that was out? There was so many of them. I can't even remember the names of them. Whatever the last one was that I was playing on. I don't know if I would just continue that character or, Horizon? Was it Horizon? Unless they come out with another brand new server. Like, if Horizon ever came out with a fresh server, I would probably jump into that in a heartbeat. While I wait for Pantheon to kind of like become a full game. I'll probably go back to Pantheon though, maybe when they add in the Bard. We'll see how the game is around that point. It's just so hard to keep up with Pantheon. It's so easy to fall behind in that game if you don't play it every day, and I'm not playing Pantheon every day. I was playing it like 2 or 3 times a week, and that's just not enough for that game. You were testing Champions Return to Arms. I remember I bought the first Norath game on PS2, and I remember being kind of disappointed in the online. I think I played it just a little bit, and I was like, nah, this isn't for me. But that's about all I remember. But I think I bought the game, I think what it was, I bought the game a bit after it released. So the online was already kind of dead, and there was no voice chat, if I remember right. No voice chat, I don't even think you can type. So it was probably something like that. Back on PS2, having my first online game be SOCOM, where you can talk to other people, going to any other game that didn't have voice communication or even like text chat was very rough. It was very hard to play a game like that after SOCOM. I remember I went from playing SOCOM to playing Tribes Aerial Assault. All of my SOCOM friends were so excited when Tribes was coming out because we were kind of just looking to play something fresh and different. So we all bought Tribes, like full price, day one release. And we were shocked because keep in mind, this is, you know, kind of pre-internet news. We were shocked that Tribes had no voice communication, no text chat. You can only do like built-in communication in the game through like, you know, shortcuts. We were like, this is garbage. You go from a shooting game where you have lobbies where you can type back and forth and voice chat in the game to something with neither. It was bad. SOCOM was just so ahead of its time for that reason. Pantheon is in early access right now, Caliber. Like there's a good amount of content there, but it's a very grindy game. Very grindy. Certainly more grindy than even Final Fantasy XI. It's like EverQuest grindy. Yeah, I played the 11 360 version. That version was such a huge upgrade. You have no idea how big of an upgrade it was to go from PS2 to HD on 360. It was crazy good. That would be my preferred way to play, but can't do it anymore. You might be able to get a decent little deal on this Wolverine copy. I think this game is still going for about 60. The price did come down. This game was like 80 to 100 at one point, but it has come back down a bit. But you might be able to throw in a last-second snipe on this and get it for like under 50 bucks. I'll link this one in chat. Hello, Jeremy. God, put that link in the Twitch. I wish Twitch shortened links like freaking YouTube does. Did I ever play the Magic the Gathering card game on 360? I did. Yeah, I did. I don't remember much, but I remember playing it and thinking it was actually okay. That's about all I remember. Nah, 42 is below average price. Like I said, X-Men Wolverine is about a $60 game complete on 360. Used to be a cheap game, not anymore. How was the online for Return of the King? It was good from what I remember. I think I played through the game online. I don't think I really touched the single player much. I just really enjoyed going online in that game. Playing a game like that online was pretty unique back then. And Return of the King also had voice chat. Guess I'll do my reminder for the people over on YouTube. I think the people on Twitch know. But just a reminder that Sonic Unleashed on PS2 and Wii is one of those cases where it is a different game from the 360 and PS3 version. So if you've played Sonic Unleashed on 360, PS3, but you never played the PS2 or Wii version, it's actually a different game. They actually take out the hub world entirely, so if you're not a fan of the hub world in Unleashed, this is a bit more of a streamlined game. The Werehog levels are also, in my opinion, improved because they take them from trying to be this combination of a platforming level, slow platforming level, and beat-em-up puzzle area, and they try and actually turn it more into actually just straight-up beat-em-up levels. A little bit more straightforward. So, it's worth checking out. I definitely prefer the Werehog levels in the PS2 version rather than the 360 one. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played too many of the RPGs from this generation. There haven't been too many that came out and I'm like, yeah, I gotta play that. A lot of them are just too long and I just pass on them. So it's kind of the sacrifice I make with streaming. It's not as practical to stream 80-hour games, you know? It's just, it kind of is what it is. Well, hopefully Elder Scrolls 6 is good. Just because that's coming out doesn't necessarily mean anything. If Starfield is any indication, I'm a little worried about Elder Scrolls 6, if I'm being honest. I don't think I trust anything Bethesda does at this point. Thanks, Black Mamba. Thank you for the 38-month reset. I mean, I'm almost certainly, of course, going to be streaming Elder Scrolls 6, but I'm still concerned about it. Yeah, but they shouldn't want to let any game slip up. Starfield seemed like it was supposed to be their new masterpiece, and look what happened with that. I wouldn't get too comfortable. I will be watching the reveal and gameplay of Elder Scrolls 6 with a close eye. Yeah. Yeah, having new versions of Morrowind or Oblivion, official versions where it's just like current gen graphics would be kind of cool. Without mods, right? Just like out of the box, the shit just looks really good. Let them optimize it for me, right? The problem with mods with a game like Morrowind or Oblivion, it's just like infinite possibilities of mods that you can install. I'd rather just have them figure out an optimal build for me, right, with a console version. I don't want to have to be dealing with that myself on PC. There's just too much out there. I tried modding Morrowind many years ago, and I added too many mods, and then the game could barely run on my PC at the time. It did look good until I started moving. $120, one bid. 40 games. It's not bad if you're kind of just looking to beef up your original Xbox collection. Ooh. Actually, I remember this from last week, I think. Looks very familiar. A few games missing manuals. I'll link this one. Free shipping, that's pretty reasonable. This is over in 1 hour, 55 minutes. They're the best 360 RPGs. Well, Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon are always a really good start for most people. Can't really go wrong with those. Then you can check out like Infinite Undiscovery. What games are you looking forward to, Echo? This song sounds so much louder than the others. I don't know, Rapid Fire, probably Mario Kart. I didn't play a ton of 3DS online. Does kind of sound like the playlist got louder. I'll turn it down a bit. Trails in the Sky? No, I'm good. That game is super, super long. Tons of talking. A little bit of a racing lot here. Extreme G3, amazing game. Some SSX games. Nothing here is particularly pricey, but it's a good lot. Not necessarily a good deal, though. I do think if you're patient, you could probably pick up all these games individually or in other lots for probably much cheaper. Because you're talking over $50 here with shipping. I have no plans to play Monster Hunter Wilds, no. My plans this year are pretty much just to play Switch 2. Hope that Expedition 33 is good. And then check out some of the random indie games that come out. You know so little about the PS2 game library. It is a pretty diverse library. Tons and tons of all kinds of different genre games on there. $6 shipping, reasonable. Frogger, no manual. The best game in the lot, no manual.
Monstrumrox has summoned the almighty D.
Oh yeah, if you were playing EverQuest when PS2 hit, you had no time to be playing anything on PS2, that's for damn sure. Pull our D out, there you go. You could have played Online Adventures, though, on PS2. Probably not much of a reason, though, if you were playing real EverQuest. Twisted Metal Black is the best game until you experience Frogger the Great Quest. Then you'll see what I mean. 170 games. Let's see what we got here. It's not off to a good start. Man, if I got $1,200 for a lot like this, I'd feel like I just hit the freaking lottery. This is somebody that just goes to thrift stores, picks up games for next to nothing, and then tries to make a huge profit. Yeah, here's the playlists. If you like the music, it's one of the better Genesis playlists out there, in my opinion. Also, just a heads up, depending on how I feel later in the stream, I might do a sponsored thing of Marvel Rivals because they offered me a new one, and I was somewhat interested in playing the thing if I could actually lock him in. I haven't played that game in a while, but I did enjoy Marvel Rivals while I played it. But it depends how I feel later. We'll see. You got to be pretty alert for that game. This stream, if I feel awake enough later.
Monstrum Rocks wants you to find Xbox 360 lot containing an Armored Core game for the Game Lot Speedrun Challenge.
That probably won't be easy. And that won't be on YouTube, by the way. It'll only be on Twitch. Alright, let's see if we can find a 360 lot with Armored Core in it before that timer expires. Even though some... What is it? Armored Core 4, was it? There's some common Armored Core games to find. I'll actually do best match. Luckily, I can pick out the cover of Armored Core 4 pretty quickly if they're showing covers. Delete some of these. This actually looks like a decent lot regardless. You got Dark Messiah, 2 Worlds, Circle of Doom, 2 Worlds 2. $50, $11 shipping. I'm actually gonna link this. It's got some okay games in here. Dark Messiah being the highlight in my opinion. I wouldn't open them stage 1. I would sell them and then just buy used copies. I wouldn't open Fatal Frame. I'd sell them to people that don't want to open them. And then just get the cheaper copies. Come on, Armored Core 4, where are you? Let me close some of these tabs. Just check that one out after. My goodness, that's a tall stack of games. Wow, $520. This might have it. This has a good shot. There's a lot of good games in here. Nope. I'm gonna link this though. This is a pretty crazy lot. Just a lot of good games in here. Ends in under a day if anybody wants to keep an eye on it. Looks like I got a few minutes left for the challenge. Doesn't look good though. Yeah, that was definitely not looking like a lot that Armored Core would be in. This one too. Darkest of Days. It's actually a pretty decent game selection in here. I think it's priced a little too high though. They would have got that price a couple years ago, but not anymore. Alright, we're going highest first. Last ditch effort. Lot of 760. Oh, there's other consoles in there. Damn it. Wait a minute. If it ain't in here, then I give up. 126 games. They want 4,500 for it. Oh, some good games in there. Way too much money for this, though. But nope, nothing. No Armored Core. Let's see this one. This looks like the last one we had time to look at, probably. All these big lots dodging Armored Core, that's kind of crazy. Alright, this is it. This is the last one. Oh, it's got it in the title. They actually put it in the title. Where is it? I gotta find it before the time runs out. Where is it? Oh my god, these spines are hard to read. Where is it? False advertising? It's gotta be in here. Over here? You guys see it on the left bottom? Oh yeah, there it is. 4 answer. Not the one I was actually looking for. I was looking for Armored Core 4. But there it is, last listing. Had to resort to the big boy lots on eBay. Hello, Kinetic. If you're trying to sell a lot, is it better to base individual prices on sold eBay listings or through price charting? Through eBay, absolutely. You don't want to trust price charting if you're looking for the most accurate prices. But keep in mind, if you're selling a lot, people are going to expect it to be discounted. So add up whatever the prices are of all the games and then apply like at least somewhere in the realm of like a 20% discount. But I'd say 20% is a good start, and then go from there. If you're putting up all your games for a ever so slight discount, unless they're like mint condition, you're gonna have a hard time probably selling it. You would need to have a discount on them. Or put it at whatever price you want to get, but make sure you have a best offer option. Lots are just... people just pretty much expect lots to be a deal in some way. You can ask all you want for a game individually. But if you're doing a lot, gotta be a little discounted. Wow, what the hell? Oh, box and manual only. I was gonna say, it was... Musashi's like, hello, fellow DS games. But there's no games here. Also, it's water damaged or something. The manual's all weird. %40 loss after fees and shipping. Yep. That's why only sell lots if you really have to. You should only sell lots if you just really don't want to ship games individually. But keep in mind, a lot can save you a lot of money on shipping. Because if you're shipping individual games for like $5 a piece, that can really add up if you're shipping a lot of games. Whereas if you ship everything together, you save a ton of money on shipping. Monster wants me to grade a listing. Let's see what we're grading. Ends in 49 minutes. Alright, so when we grade a listing, we grade it on the title, the description, and the pictures. We don't grade it on the price. So let's take a look at the listing title first. A lot of 140 games, untested, scratched, need resurfacing. PS1, PS2, PS3, 360 as is. So yeah, this is somebody that has reached the title limit, because notice their lack of spacing in between the commas. Kind of makes the title a little hard to read. All capital also is really hard on the eyes like that. So I'm gonna give, at the end of the day, they do kind of list all the information that they need to list. How many games there are, untested scratch, need resurfacing. I appreciate the fact that they put need resurfacing in the title. They list as many consoles as they can. So I'll give them points for that. It's hard on the eyes, though. I'm going to say the title's a 7 out of 10. Let's take a look at the description. Huge lot of 140 loose games. Games consist of PlayStation 1, PS2, Wii, 360, Xbox. You get all pictured, all are scratched, untested, need cleaning, resurfacing. Sold as is. Some dupes may be in there. They mean dupes. Storage unit find. No reserve with a $20 starting bid. I mean, are we really expecting them to list the games out? I think that's kind of unreasonable on a junk lot like that, right? So I'm not going to take points away for not listing the games. So the formatting's kind of all over the place, though. I'll also give them a 7 out of 10 on their description. Yeah. I did see this. D needs resurfacing. It's funny, I've actually never seen a title that's done that. Wait, do they have a space after need? Hold on, I'm curious. No, there is no space. It's just that it can't fit because it's all capital. Alright, photos. Man, the skew on this photo is so weird. Let's see what we've got here. Pretty bad cover photo. I wouldn't have chose that one. Also, choosing a quilt where the background is not one solid color is also not a good idea. However, I will give them points for actually putting discs down on a surface like this rather than a hardwood table. That's already in need of commending on eBay these days. Can't tell you how many people take discs and put them shiny side down on a hardwood table. These photos, though, are rough. They would have done better to just, like, zoom in on them. This is very hard to browse. Photos. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. So when we average it all together, I think we get, like, what? A 6.5 listing? 6.5 is my rating for this listing. New challenge, find a listing with someone's feet or hands in the frame. Well, that doesn't take very long on eBay. Guy's like doing acrobatics with his hand here. He's been like putting all his weight on his left hand for like an hour. It's just like turning black and blue, it looks like. Trying to get that perfect photo. You know, you can take a microfiber cloth and take fingerprints off of games, right? Just so people are aware. Some good photos of the discs, though. Some people have a really hard time capturing scratches in the pictures. Yeah, you don't want to know what that is. Well, that's cool, princess. It's always nice to get like reproductions in English. Ever bought back games I sold off? You mean like try and reacquire them at a later date? I've done that with PS2 games. Like, years ago, I sold off a ton of my, like, overflow of PS2 games that I told myself I would probably never play at a convention. Like, from all the Mercari and eBay lots I was buying during 2020. Like everybody else. And then I regretted it because a lot of them I would have added to my PS2 roulette wheel. So I probably did end up reacquiring a ton of them. Thank you, Pack, for the watch streak. Yeah, that would be a pretty crazy collecting meta, wouldn't it? Buy your favorite games, sell them, and then hunt them again for the thrill of the hunt. It's like, oh, alright, I got a complete PS2 collection. Time to sell off 25% of the library just so I can hunt them down again. The only stuff I ever truly regret selling were my original Pokemon cards. I don't really regret selling games. Pokemon cards, that's a different story. So I know how people feel that had like a childhood collection of games and then they sold them all. Because I went through that with Pokemon cards. But Pokemon cards are even to a more extreme degree, I think. Because they were generally almost valueless back when I sold them. Yeah, that one is hard to get over. And you'll never get back your original cards, like, it is what it is. All mine were pretty much open from packs, too. Yeah, when I sold mine, they were just like, nobody cared about Pokemon. Talking like 20 years ago. Had almost no value. Charizards were like 20 bucks. Hello, John. Have I tried Red Dead 2? I have tried it. I was forced to play it about 2 years ago. I appreciated the visuals and everything, but it's just not a game for me. I'm not really in the Western games like that. Western settings. Yeah, I had, you know, I'm trying to remember here, but I definitely had a pretty much probably complete or near complete collection of base set with probably base set 2 mixed in there, let's be real. Everybody thinks they owned first edition shadowless cards. No, you probably just had unlimited and base set 2. Let's be honest here. Don't let your nostalgic childhood cloud your memories. And then I had Fossil, I had Jungle, I had Team Rocket, and then like after that it was probably like hit or miss when it came to completeness. But the first several sets I definitely had probably a complete collection. They were all in a binder. I opened my packs, I would just put them in the binder. I didn't play the game. I didn't take them out and move them all around and ruin them. So it was a pretty mint condition collection. And then I just like, when I was really getting into collecting games, I just threw it up on eBay. All of my cards in the binder. any Pokemon collectibles that I had, like figures, plushes, anything, was put up on eBay. And I think to buy it now is like maybe $150, $200. And it didn't even sell instantly. Like, it took a bit. Or it might have been a bid. Probably bidding at the time, actually. It did not go for a lot. But I was like, man, I'm never going to get back into Pokemon. Let's buy some retro games. And that was that. Yeah, Pokemon now, though, is ridiculous. I'm not into new modern Pokemon stuff. That's just like a whole nother world right now when it comes to having to even attempt to acquire that stuff. I also don't really care for the new look of Pokemon cards. I really don't. Some of them look really nice, like some of the full arts on some of the cards for like the original Pokemon. Most of them just look too over the top for me, my taste. I much prefer the vintage stuff. The watercolor stuff. Yeah, the Sugimori. I try to collect Sugimori cards. Even if it's a card that doesn't have too much value, if it's just like, if I really like the art on it, I try and go for it. But yeah, the videos of people like literally fist fighting each other to get Pokemon at Costco, or people standing in line arguing for half an hour at GameStop because they're only able to buy one ETB or something instead of two, is just ridiculous. I don't want any part of that. Speaking of Pokemon, you would be. I mean, the promo for Meowth. The thing is, all those years of sitting in the cellophane, even if it's sealed inside, the cellophane can do damage to the card over time. So the value wouldn't necessarily be from the sealed promo, because a lot of sealed promos do exist for the Meowth card. Finding one that is undamaged can be very difficult. And the Hollow Venusaur that came in the trading card, like the Game Boy Color trading card guide, that is one of the hardest cards to get in the best condition. I still have my OG. Still got my OG. I mean, I got my graded cards by me, but trying to pick that card, I got that card graded. I think it got like a 7.5, maybe an 8. But honestly, for my original card, for how I had those things stored, was I had a very small stack of leftover Pokemon cards. Small group of survivors. So those cards will never leave my collection, and that was one of them. Ancient Mew is another very hard to grade card. Yeah, my Mewtwo from Pokemon the first movie is by far probably one of my favorite cards in my entire trading card collection, because it's still my original from when I went to the movies to see the movie, but mine has a flipped logo. So like, you know the golden stamp that they have to put on the movie cards? Mine is flipped upside down and put in the bottom left corner instead of the top right side up. So, and that's my OG. Like, that's the one I was given in the movie theater, so that card is probably my favorite card in my whole collection. And I never got rid of it. That was one of the few survivors when I sold all my Pokemon cards back in the day. Something told me, I'm like, I should probably hold on to this Mewtwo. And I did. And it's known as one of the most rare error cards out there in Pokemon collecting. It's like at 1 point fewer than like 30 were known to exist. I'm sure that number has gone up over time, but it's still very rare. Alright, let's try a different search. Actually, this is a pretty good PS2 lot. It's Indiana Jones Death of King's good. Oh, is that the one that I played recently? If it's the one that I played recently on PS2, the one that's also on Wii, the visuals in that game are actually very good. There are some incredible looking levels in that game, but the gameplay is not very good. Vex, Ratchet and Clank, Jack 2, Wrath Unleashed, Scalar. It's a cute little lot. I think their pricing is pretty much right on point, though. I don't think you're really getting much of a deal here. With shipping, you're looking at about $10 a game, which actually maybe isn't terrible if you need all these games. So I'll link this one. Oh, you ain't finding Pokemon error cards at conventions. The only ones you'll probably have a chance of finding are maybe gray stamp cards, but you ain't finding legit stamp cards at conventions, believe me. You think game collectors are crazy? Man. Trading card collectors in the like 2 trading card conventions I've been to, it's like walking into another planet. They legit treat Pokemon cards like a new currency. It's crazy. I am not one of those Pokemon investor people. However, I will tell you, in recent times with Pokemon, in all times, honestly, it does seem like no matter if you're buying a booster box of Pokemon and you sit on it for 10 years, you are almost guaranteed that that thing's going up in price. And that's the thing. That's kind of like one of the problems with Pokemon right now is people are treating it as like a new money investment. Pokemon. So that's why it's hard to get new Pokemon cards, because they just get bought up for investing purposes. But yes, depending on what you get, especially the ETBs, they go up in price pretty quickly right now. The problem with Pokemon cards, though, like that, if you're looking to invest with that kind of stuff, that shit takes up so much space. Like, you gotta have the room for that. Booster boxes are no joke. Heavy, bulky. So, you gotta be willing to sacrifice room for that kind of stuff. How much did Metazu cards go up before the buyout? Metazu's been all over the place. It's probably at a low point right now, though, because there's a lot of people that don't really like the look of the new cards. I do definitely think that modern Pokemon is in a pretty big bubble right now, though. Unlike games like retro games, I think modern Pokemon cards, it's gotta crash at some point. There's just too many of them out there. People are getting these cards and grading them. There's like thousands of graded gem mint modern Pokemon cards. There's the demand has got to die for it eventually. It's not like these cards are that rare. There's tons of them out there. And the prices are insane, like literally insane. It's gotten to the point where you open up a pack of Pokemon cards and there are cards that out of the pack are like $1,000, and then people grade those cards, and if they happen to pull a 10, they're suddenly worth about $5,000. That can't last. That can't be sustainable. Because it costs money to grade a card, but I just don't get it. There's thousands of these cards out there in tens. Who the hell is buying these things? Now, like real vintage Wizards of the Coast Pokemon cards, that's a whole different story. I really don't think those are going to fall much because there's only so many first edition base set cards out there. Those are actually very sought after and rare. You want to see how rare it is? Try and go on eBay and look for like a first edition Beedrill from base set, or first edition Pidgeotto, first edition Dugtrio, like the US first edition. They are very rare. I think those are actually rarer than the holos. So there's definitely a demand for that stuff. First edition Beedrill, by the way, like the card that nobody wants, right? Dugtrio, Pidgeotto. You're looking at, in good condition, you're looking at like $100 to $150 for each of those. Yeah, remember the cards you'd get in place of the holo that you hated to pull? They're worth a ton of money right now. Because they're actually rare. They're not just like flooded in the market. Let's search our good old rare. I love searching rare because you never know what you're going to find. Sure, there's been more than 305 eBay streams by now. I'm pretty sure there have been. Sure, I can do the math on it. Sure, I can do the math. Thank you, Video Gamer, for the 305 watch streak. Well, hey, if you really enjoy the Persona series, you'll probably get good value out of playing Persona 1 and 2. Right, if you gotta have the original PS1 versions. I don't think anybody will argue that you won't get many hours out of those games, so as long as it's not breaking your bank, I'm sure it'll be worth it. However, there are a lot of other ways to play Persona 1 and 2 at this point. So if you're a PS1 collector, specifically of RPGs, probably worth it. But if not, I would have suggested going with a different version. Well, if you're serious about Pokemon, like if you got the room to throw a few booster boxes in a closet for 5 years, you will definitely make out. The set that you probably want to do that with is the new Team Rocket theme set that's coming out soon. Forget the name of it. It's like Destined Rivals or something. That would probably be a good bet. Do not do it with Evolving Skies. That's just oversaturated. Don't do it with Prismatic Evolutions. They're just too expensive right now. I think Whatnot plays a part in cards going up in price. I'm not very well versed in Whatnot, but I am sure that the breaking, like the live box breaks, which I am not opposed to, live box breaks can be exciting. Like, I understand why that's a thing, the community aspect of it. But these breakers buy, like, so many cards that it can make, like, your everyday person that may only want to get a couple things, make it a lot harder for them to get what they want. Especially when it comes to, like, the sports stuff and tops and things. The breakers are, like, instantly selling out those websites because they need the product to break. Yeah, I saw the video. The Whatnot seller. There was a Whatnot seller that got really mad that somebody entered a giveaway to win a free pack. One free pack of Pokemon cards, okay? So the rules were if you bought something from them on that stream, you could enter yourself into winning a free pack. But in the United States, I think it's United States and Canada, I think it was. But at least in the United States, it is illegal to do a lottery system like that. So if you fill out a form, you're able to enter yourself into a giveaway, even if the seller says it's for buyers only. So somebody filled out that form and entered the giveaway without having bought something that stream. And the Whatnot seller got so pissed. It's a cool little sign. The Whatnot seller got so pissed that the person that won hadn't bought something from them yet that they took the pack, crumpled it up to smithereens while it was still sealed, and then opened it and found out that the pack was probably worth like $1,000 because it had like, it was like a demigod pack with some very expensive cards. And then they ended the stream after that. So it's an OG sticker, actually, yeah. It's original. Whatnot is not very known for having the best mannered sellers sometimes. Ooh, look at this. Oh man, I wish I could see what that said. Was that? Oh, probably like it's probably said 2 or 3 night new release game rental. God, you hate to see it. You hate to see the torn rental stickers. Previously, this just feels so wrong being on a Playboy game. Previously enjoyed collection. $50 fully guaranteed. Man, that is tempting. If I did not already own a copy of Playboy the Mansion, that would be... And you got the Blockbuster sticker on the back to verify that this was originally a $50 price sticker on here. And it's got the Playboy sticker. Previously enjoyed by who knows how many people. Sure, that manual is mint. The game does have nudity, yes. It is a very bad game, though. The game is not good. I do not recommend it. Yeah, I streamed it on Twitch a few months ago. it was pretty much The Sims with a very big business focus on it. No, Godzilla's not up to 400. That's just somebody that hopes to get 400. It's still about $200, $2 to $250. No, Playboy the Mansion goes for like 30 to 35. 40 I'd say is on the higher end for that game right now. The price on that has come down. Thank you, Metal Wolf. Thank you very much for the 39 months. See how cheap I can find every Resident Evil game? There's a lot of Resident Evil games out there. It's a lot. And all kinds of versions too. I wouldn't say I've ever been scammed on eBay or Mercari. It's pretty much just people that don't ship their stuff. I've never been part of a legit scam. Oh, there's a lot of scams in Mercari. That's for sure. Where they try and pass something off as like the real deal with stolen pictures for really cheap. Because that's how Mercari used to be. When you thought something was too good to be true, it actually was true. And then the scammers caught on to that to take advantage. Mercari was like living a fever dream back in like 2020. I remember the first time I used that site, I could not believe my eyes, the deals I was seeing and actually getting. But that didn't last long. Most expensive Spider-Man game? Well, it's got to be Web of Fire on 32X. No doubt that's the most expensive 32X or Spider-Man game in existence. That is very expensive if you want it complete. It's going for about $1,500 it looks like on average. It's not a lot that have sold to really. It's one for 1,100, one for 15, one for a couple for, one for 17, one for somewhere under 1,300. So that's the most expensive. Yep. Also the best 32X game. Yep, that has definitely grown into one of my favorite 32X games. The only one that maybe surpasses it for me is like Star Wars Arcade. But yeah, Spider-Man's up there. Somebody finally came and beat my world record on that too. So one day when I hook up the Genesis again, we'll have to change that. Ooh, the big box version of Emerald. If any of you watching out there happen to have this version of Pokemon Emeralds, you're sitting on one of the like most coveted Pokemon collector's editions out there. The one that comes with the outside box that holds this little case. That's all it is, just the box and the case. If you happen to have that, it goes for big money. Oh, I use Chrome. I just prefer the... It's got the extensions I need for like my eBay streams. Dark Reader for dark mode. No. My Urban Yeti speedrun is not really super optimized either. It's not even my real record. Like, I have a time that's lower than that, but I never uploaded it stupidly. People want $100 for Onimusha on Xbox One. There's just so few Xbox One games that are actually pricey. If you're going for a fully complete Virtual Boy collection, this is one of the games you've got to pony up for. Virtual Lab. Oh my god, these look so wrong. What a back of the box. Guns of Fury. Alright, Monster wants us to look at this. Release date trailer from 2 weeks ago. Man, I can't tell what this is inspired by. Can't quite place it. Oh, for crying out loud. They Metroidvania-ified Metal Slug. What does that card do? Watch a game trailer video. Nothing is safe from Metroidvania. I mean, it looks cool for Metal Slug fans. But I wouldn't really call myself a Metal Slug fan. And I'm very distanced from this genre these days. So there you go. Looks alright. Looks like the price on Little Red has come down in price. That used to be way more than 140, I think. The game is cool. I enjoyed it when I streamed it in October. It's definitely the kind of game I would play again in the future. Did I play Resistance online? I did. That was like the only thing you can do on your PS3 for like almost a year straight. So, but there's a lot of people that are not integrating. So something to keep in mind is when you grade it, you immediately cut out a huge majority of NES collectors from being able to buy it because they don't want it graded. So just be really sure that you... First of all, grading a game is not cheap. I think at minimum it's like $40–50. And don't grade it with WATA, they're a scam company. I would at least do it with CGC if you had to. I would honestly recommend not grading it and just selling it ungraded, but that's up to you. The grading can authenticate it, right? I don't know if they go through the trouble of opening it to verify the authenticity. I highly doubt they do that. But yeah, if I were you, I would sell it loose. I am not a very big fan of grading games that are unsealed. Sealed, whatever, do what you want. I don't care what kind of money people are throwing around for that. But I am very against grading games that are like loose games or open games, especially complete in box games. Just so weird to me. Because then that game will just... You can never play it. That's it. It's done. I have no plans for Avowed right now, Austin. Xbox Connect. I have Connect games. I own most of the Connect games that you would give a damn about. Yeah, this is my Musha resub sound. For the people that get the Musha resub notification. Ooh. Forgot this one came with trading cards too. Look at their rendition of Pippin. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna like this road rash music. It's a little hard to say. It's too early to say Rapid Fire. I think that will be the industry standard for trading cards down the line. It's getting there. Humans are too subjective for grading. Machine grading can definitely be very accurate, but it needs a little bit more time to refine. If you want to look into machine grading, you want to look into tag grading. That's probably the best one right now. If you want to see like where the industry is at. Can I still buy Lord of the Rings trading card booster boxes? You mean the Decipher ones from decades ago? I still have a few that I'm sitting on. But, you know, I like to take my time. I don't necessarily rip stuff open the second I buy it for trading cards. There'll be a night where I'm just like, man, I'm in a Lord of the Rings mood. And that'll be the night. Wow. Sparkster had quite the soundtrack, huh? Look at this cover for The Hobbit. So much different than what we got here. Look at Gollum, oh my goodness. Almost looks like a Pokemon. It's a good price for this. Especially because it looks really mint with the registration card. I mean, it's not an amazing price. It's kind of like the going price if you get a complete copy. But it's a little hard to find one this fully complete. For those of you that care about the registration cards. I'm gonna link this one. Free shipping. Great game if you're into arcade games. Bit more of an uncommon PS2 game. Advice on buying Case Manual for not absurd prices. Depends on the console you're looking to do that for. A lot of times the best deals on Case Manual only come from lots. Like people that are selling a group of Case Manual only. That's where you usually get the crazy prices on stuff like that. One of my favorite Genesis songs. Yeah, Dawn of Dreams is going to be a little tough to find right now with the Onimusha hype. Give it some time, you'll find them again. Right now the market's kind of cleaned out because everybody's going crazy from Onimusha. Just be patient, you'll get it. What cards do I collect? That changes depending on the year, the day, the moon phase. I will come and go into certain things. These days, vintage Pokemon, and sometimes Decipher, Lord of the Rings, and a little bit of Star Wars. The ones from a couple decades ago. And right now I'm getting back in the Garbage Pail Kids because they came out with a new set. I got into Garbage Pail Kids about a year and a half ago. And those are really fun, like the new ones, not the old ones. The old ones are just too expensive. But like the newer ones are very cheap, and those cards have been really fun to go through. I'm not really into the Garbage Pail Kids stuff though that make pop culture references. I don't like that stuff. I like the ones that are just like really gross out images of just like random things that aren't particularly making a reference to something. So stuff from like the original series stuff that they reprint. And that's about it. Yeah, I got into Star Wars Unlimited for a bit. I was playing it at like a local store and everything, which was fun, which I don't really ever do. But I stopped going to that because it was really conflicting with streams. Because some of the events they were holding were Saturday nights on a stream eBay on Saturdays.
Trekkie 313 wants to search for Street Fighter toys.
Star Wars is kind of hit or miss for me these days. But the first set they came out with was really fun. Wait, what are we looking for? Street Fighter toys? Guess we'll just try that. Hello, David. Thank you for tuning in. My favorite Lord of the Rings game? Well, these days, not going based off of any kind of nostalgia, just based on what I've actually enjoyed playing in recent years. Fellowship of the Ring on Game Boy Advance. I had a few Street Fighter figures. I had these things. No, it wasn't from the... Or was it from the movie? If I see them, I'll point them out. Yeah, these things. So I guess it was from the movie. They were like bendable and everything. Super bendable. I think at the time I didn't really realize they were based on the movie. I was like, oh, Street Fighter characters. Didn't really realize what they were based on. Yeah, what series is that? What are they? Street Fighter G.I. Joe action figure. No, wait, it wasn't this one. Or was it? That had to be 93. Yep. Garbage Pail Kids. Original Series 7 Chrome. I've just been I've been sitting on this stuff for a little bit. I'm just waiting for a night where I don't feel like playing games and I just feel like opening Garbage Pail Kids. But I'll probably open this in a video before I stream it, but yeah, this is the new set. The Chrome. Really fun series. Very cheap as well when it comes to top stuff. Yeah, this reminds me, we gotta tread carefully here with Street Fighter figures. Yeah, this is what I had right here. So whatever series this is from. 1993 vintage G.I. Joe. So these are based on the movie, right? They were super articulated. So they had like the metal ball joints, but then some of them also had, if I remember right, like rubber bands in them. But maybe I'm wrong. I could swear they had like rubber bands for bending. What do I enjoy collecting the most for cards? Right now, vintage Pokemon. Actually, Topps vintage Pokemon, to be more precise. I really love Pokemon Topps because it's vintage Pokemon, but you can actually afford to buy and open the damn packs, unlike real vintage Pokemon. And I think the Topps cards are pretty awesome. So you get the feeling of actually opening vintage Pokemon packs that are not hundreds of dollars. So it's kind of cool. Storm collectibles for Cammy. Jesus. No, I will not collect Magic the Gathering. Want nothing to do with it. Hello, Jason. It's going right. Warhammer? No, I've never gotten into Warhammer. Sure, it's a really cool hobby, though, with, like, the painting of figures and stuff. Okay, no, the ones I had were not... So this is the same line as the other one I was looking at, right? I had a Blanca that looked like this, but not quite like this. Yeah, mine were not G.I. Joe. They were more, like, loose. And he was... I mean, maybe that was him, but I can swear could swear he... I mean, maybe that was him. Maybe that is what my Blanca looked like. Because, I mean... Oh, here he is. Yeah, this is... Mine was green. Like that. He was not blue. But I don't remember him having pants like that. This is so weird. Yeah, my guy will look like that. Maybe there's a similar line to it, I don't know. Hello, ethical.
Monstrum Rocks is forcing you to search for Skylanders.
I don't really remember, Christian. Don't really remember. It's about the same. Monstrum forcing me to look at Skylanders. I'm still amazed that the Skylanders craze continues to be in full effect despite the remake of that probably not happening. I don't really follow anything going on with Black Ops. Are they really charging $90 for TMNT skins, though? Have they said why? Are skins normally that expensive in Call of Duty games? Alright, let's see how many pages of Skylanders have sold recently. At least for today's date. I did not play Fire Emblem Three Houses. I stopped playing Fire Emblem games back on, I think 3DS was the last time I played them. They're cool and all, but I was just one of those people that suffered from the, like, oh, one of my characters died, I gotta reset the whole battle thing. I just couldn't do it anymore. Losing an hour of progress just wasn't for me. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen this thing. It's different looking. Now, I want you all to keep in mind, Skylanders has been dead for years now, many years. But look at how many you're selling in just one day, right? It's fascinating. Oh, I'm aware you're supposed to reset when they die. I just stopped caring about the series at some point. Yeah, if you have anything from Skylanders Imaginators, if you happen to have a lot of Skylanders Imaginators, you're actually sitting on a gold mine. Imaginators was the last one that came out, and they're pretty expensive. Like, this is just so... They're really maintaining value. Right, Whamshell, that guy... He used to be, back in the day, he was like a $30 figure. Still $24. You miss Toys of Life? Yeah, Skylanders was on the verge of being resurrected for quite a while. But I think that recently kind of fell through, unfortunately. There were rumors of a remake, pretty strong rumors, but I think it fell through. So we're up to around 120 Skylanders listings that sold just today. It's still going. of the Rat family. And the drum kick sound in this song is so hard. Alright, we are up to 180 Skylanders listings sold today, and it's still going. This might be like a new record. I think the deepest we've ever gone was like 4 pages. Skylanders still selling like crazy. Wow. I mean, what is driving this? It's got to be at the point now where the kids that grew up with Skylanders are now at the age where they're getting nostalgic for it and rebuying it. It has to be. Alright, we're up to page 5. This might actually be a new record for our Skylander searches. Oh, there it is, February 21st. So, almost 250 Skylanders listings sold just today. That's crazy. Man, that's impressive. Skylanders is like stronger now than it was back then. I don't even think when Skylanders was at its peak it was selling that much. Since we're listening to Sega Genesis music, we might as well look up Sega Genesis. Let's actually look at what's sold for Sega Genesis recently. Might be a little more... Oh! Okay, no, we passed by one that was bidding earlier. This one's sold by it now. For just the cart and the box for Streets of Rage 3. I always love the cover for Wolfchild on Genesis. Just a ferocious looking wolf. I never played Webkins, no. I think I was a little too old for that when it came out, if I remember right. Even Neopets, I was kind of like a little disinterested in that when it came out. I'm sure a reunion will happen at some point, Jangly. Just hasn't been discussed recently. I remember the final boss music being crazy in Echo. I never made it there, but, you know, I watched a stream of it. I don't think I'd ever be able to beat Echo. That game is really hard. Final boss is crazy. Do I like Tamagotchi? I grew up with Tamagotchi. I recently tried to get back into it with like one of the new versions of Tamagotchi that they had out. And it was kind of neat. Like it connects to the internet, and it was kind of bare bones in its features, but I would take it on walks with me, like the old freaking Pocket Pikachu, because it would count your steps. Little extra little motivator to get out and walk, you know? It's kind of neat. mean, I know some people are probably looking at this, so I might as well explain for people that are not aware with Genesis Sonic price. They're between 50 and like sometimes even 100 I've seen them go for, if they're mint and people are flexing their peacock feathers with the inserts. But then there's the ESRB version, which will actually have an ESRB logo right here. And then more importantly, the manual will also have an ESRB logo. The cart will not. And the ESRB version typically can go anywhere between 80 to easily over $150 in really good shape. So if you have Sonic in your collection, you should go check and see what version you have. I don't think I would ever go back to speedrunning Outrun in 2019. I didn't really put too much time into that one. I'd be way more inclined to speedrun Outrun Coast to Coast. I didn't really play much PlayStation Home. I dabbled in it, but I wasn't like super into it like some people were. The only memory I really have of PlayStation Home was the surreal feeling of walking into the movie theater that they had in Home and watching like some game trailers. That was trippy. Like that was a very different experience at the time. Playing a video game and walking into a virtual theater to watch game trailers was certainly something. Other than that, I don't remember much about Home. There is a Pokemon Presents on Thursday. I will not be streaming it because, yeah, I ain't getting up and streaming at the crack of dawn for Pokemon Presents. But I just really look forward to seeing what kind of update they have in store for Pokemon Pocket. And obviously Pokemon ZA and whatever other surprises they have. Yeah, it should be a big event for Pokemon. Yeah, I wish I played more Home and had better memories of it, but I didn't really dabble around in it much. I wasn't one of those hardcore Home players. Well, I think they did patch Scarlet and Violet a while ago to make the frame rate better, but at this point I am just waiting for Switch 2 to come out to play any Switch games, because I'm pretty confident that thing is going to improve performance. Okay, these sound a little loud. Tone that down a little bit. Nothing too out of the ordinary with Genesis stuff. Everything still kind of seems like it's going for the same price as they have been for a while. Alright, let's do affiliate. So this is going to be for between February 9th and the 15th. So if you use my eBay affiliate link to buy anything between those dates, hopefully it will show up on here. If you've never seen my affiliate review before, essentially the things that I'm going to be looking at here are items purchased by people in my community using my eBay affiliate link. We take a look at what they bought, what they paid. Were they good deals? Were they bad deals? And then at the end we have some fun and give out a Purchase of the Week award, which has no benefit to it. It's all just for fun. So we'll see what we got this week. We got somebody picking up ink cartridges. Told you guys, some good stuff on here. Nintendo NES Black Competition Turbo Controller for $10. iDrop Ice and Water Refrigerator Filter. See, we've got some contenders for purchase of the week already. Ursia AV to HDMI converter composite cable, $2. Genesis Secrets 4. So we looked at one of those last week. That must be a different one. Probably the one that we actually looked at in place of the one they bought last week. Retro Tink for $250. So is this like what a Retro Tink is going for? Maybe one of these days I'll have a Retro Tink. You got the Tink, nice. That's you. The awesome Sega Genesis Secrets, that's you, Trekkie. 5X goes for about $350. Oh, okay, so you got a really good deal there. A video game with no title for $4.99. Alright. I want you all to throw out your best guess. Unless you're the person that bought the damn game. What do you think somebody bought for $5? Could obviously be anything. But I want you to think, what could it be? I'm going to say it was a 360 game. And I'm going to go with... I'm just feeling Lego for some reason. I don't know why. I'm going to go with, like, Lego Indiana Jones. I don't know why. We'll see. We'll see if I'm close. Resistance 2. Disc only. I wasn't even close. We were talking about Resistance earlier. I wonder who bought. Oh, that's you, Johnny Com? Okay. Disc only Resistance 2. I don't know why I didn't capture the title. Oh, your disc was freezing, so you had to get a new one, I see. I was gonna say, it's not like you guys would be buying disc only. But you already had the case. Sea of Stars for the PS5, $25. That game is alright. It's okay. I enjoyed what I played. Elder Scrolls Morrowind Platinum Hits Edition. Actually a pretty cool version. Since this one comes with like all of the expansions, right? And it comes with a map too, if I remember right. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Game of the Year edition. This is just straight up Morrowind in a Platinum Hits case. Wow, it goes for more money than I would have thought. Wow, the other ones are pretty cheap. There must be a reason this was bought. Wait, it's back up for sale? Wait, hold on. $100. What are they showing me here? Weird. Obviously, this is not the one that was bought. Sometimes eBay's been getting weird like this lately with like showing the wrong thing. Oh wait, maybe it is Game of the Year edition. Because it does say G here. But I can't see the original listing for whatever reason. I think for this price, it's got to be Game of the Year edition. Sega Saturn 4 game lot, Brain Dead, Congo, Street Fighter. That's a good lot. Let's take a look. I just scrolled by a listing earlier of Congo going for like $60 by itself. One of the Saturn exclusives that you can still get somewhat affordably. Good lot. Good price. I'd say that's worth it for Saturn. No, I haven't done Avowed yet. Not sure if or when I will. You can still play Morrowind on PC? You can. But let me tell you, it's quite an experience playing Morrowind with the original Xbox interface. The menus are something. PC Engine Super CD-ROM Stadium. Oh, ROM Stadium? What game is this? Okay. I mean, it's a cheap PC Engine CD game. Oh, Messiah sports game. I would feel pretty confident it actually plays alright. Messiah is one of those developers I would usually buy most games they've developed. Arkham Horror, the Black Goat of the Woods expansion. Black Goat of the Woods. Someone's playing some like board game stuff, I think. Catch yours, Chemdream? Are you like me and you just kind of like pick up a lot of Messiah games? It's pretty cool art. Yeah, these games get pretty in-depth. It wouldn't be an eBay affiliate without somebody picking up Sorcery, and they picked up... Wait, they're differentiating between beta? How can you differentiate between beta 1 and beta 2? Is there a way to tell the difference between wave 1 and wave 2? This is the most sought after card pretty much from beta Sorcery. Non-hollow 106. Where's the tell that tells you what wave it is? It's probably something very non-obvious. Pretty cool. I've never really paid attention to the background art. Yeah, I don't know how you would tell. Down here it looks the same. Legend of Heroes Trolls Through Daybreak 2. It's Trails Through Daybreak 2. $62, brand new. Balatro with cards, game... Oh wow, the people are actually putting Game of the Year nominee in the title for this now. So how many of you have played Balatro after the Game of the Year awards and found out that that game was definitely deserving of potentially winning the award? I gave up on it pretty fast though. After I pretty much went through most of the content and saw most of the cards. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen this one. Ouija card converts all cards in hand to a single random rank -1 hand. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. Wow. I played a lot of Balatro. Interesting. I mean, there were some cards that I had never seen revealed, but I'd seen most of it. Champions Return Arms Complete for the PS2 for $50. It's about right for that game. Put in 12 hours on your first boot up. Yeah, I remember the night that I decided to try and I'm like, you know, let me see what this Balatro game is about on the iPad. I'm like, I'll just play for a little bit. Yeah, like 4 hours later, 5 in the morning, it's like, alright, time to get to bed. Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Anniversary Edition. $80, wow. Really? It is sealed, but damn. That seems very high. Unless it's just hard to find this game sealed now. I didn't bother with this edition. There comes a point where you just gotta, like, stop buying this game every year, you know? Can't wait for the PS6 edition and the Switch 2 edition. Who's ready? We'll see, Mike. It's more about just finding the time for it these days. Favorite game I have in my collection? Well, my favorite game is still Eco. So, if that counts. Nicorette, the weekly pickup. Alright, well, we might as well put this on since we were talking about it. Ultimate Spider-Man, Volume 13, Hobgoblin Marvel, brand new. Thank you, Trekkie. I'm sure that's Trekkie's pickup. A couple of them with Captain America. HD Retrovision PS1 adapter for the Genesis, 20 bucks. Oh, Genesis 2? Wait, what? Oh, it's... Wait. HD Retrovision PS1 adapter for Genesis 2? I'm confused. It's a Genesis to PS1 component adapter? Oh, I see. So it's a way to give your PS1 component. Smart. Fable 3 for 360. $8. Trendier green baseball style owner's edition. Nothing runs like a deer. Hat. Let's take a look at it. $3. Could be purchase of the week, you never know. I think it's a contender. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 Gold Edition for the PS5, $88. It's a very robust game, though, I hear. You'll get your money's worth out of it. Fable for 360 Factory Sealed, $45. Oh, getting up there. Kingdom Come Deliverance Royal Edition. Damn, someone went in on Kingdom Come Deliverance. I guess they're starting with the first one. Mario and Luigi Brothership. Ooh, yeah, I forgot about that game. I guess I avoided launchitis on that, so I'm sure I could pick it up years down the line if I really wanted to at this point. Oblivion Game of the Year Edition. So many people buying, like, Skyrim and Oblivion, preparing for whatever 6 ends up being. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD Switch. Brand new. A game that definitely should have never been coming out for that kind of money, but it's Nintendo. They can get away with it. Radiator for a Kia Soul. Yeah, I think there was a Kia pickup last week, too. And whatever the hell this is for $200, let's see. Oh, the jersey is you. You found your holy grail after a long time of looking. So this is really hard to find, I'm assuming. You collect jerseys. Hard to find a legit black one with Messi on the back. Well, that's got to be purchase of the week then, right? Somebody picked up their holy grail. It's not gaming related, but we don't care. I respect anybody's collection, especially when they're getting something they've been after for a while. There it is. The Holy Grail Barcelona jersey, Messi size medium, black edition. Purchase of the week. Thank you to those of you that use the affiliate link. If you want your stuff to show up on here in future weeks, on the YouTube side, I put my affiliate link in my live stream and video descriptions. Alternatively, you can use my link tree, which is also in the descriptions. The links are in there. Twitch, of course, is in the About section, and then the eBay command that pops up constantly on streams that you can click on. Alright, let's check our auctions. Should have some new ones ending soon. Here's Messi. Yeah, no idea. No idea. But it's apparently really hard to find that one with black specifically. MSRP for jerseys is about $90. Okay, so that one retailed for $90, but probably a low print. Oops, what am I doing? We're not doing newly listed. All cases are broken or cracked. Are there games in here? They're all complete in box. Doesn't... It's a reasonable price. Reasonable. There's some, like, $20 games in here. Road Rash, Broken Helix, Ridge Racer, $15, $20 games. It's not terrible. What's this? This Warhammer game I don't think is worth too much. I'm gonna link it. Because if you needed just a small handful of these games, even if you're like, okay, at $10 each, it kind of like adds up. It's kind of a specific lot though. It's got to be somebody that actually needs a few of these random games. Can you replace the back case of a PS1 game? You can replace anything you need to in a PS1 game. However, it's not as easy as just getting a CD case. Because I've tried that, and you'd be surprised how many CD cases are not actually the same as a PS1 case. So I would advise taking like a PS1 sports game or something that's worth like nothing and swapping it with an actual PS1 case. If you want something that is as close to the original as you can get. I've had a lot of music CDs where I swap it and it's like, ooh, this is actually not exactly the same as my other PS1 games. Especially for double disc, you almost certainly have to use a PS1 double disc case. Any double disc case that I've found that isn't specifically for PS1, especially the holder for the disc is never correct. What am I looking for? I'm not sure what you mean, Mike, with the recent favorites. Oh yeah, I'm sure you can find multi-disc cases that will work, but it can be hard to find them. I can also definitely tell when I buy a PS1 game and somebody sends it to me in a squeaky clean case, like it's very obviously swapped out. I don't really mind, but I don't know. I always prefer the original cases. Favorite horror movie? Used to be Lucille Fulci's Zombie, also known as Zombie 2. These days, though, it's I don't know. I feel like it's a toss-up of like so many different ones. I really like Silver Bullet. That movie always meant a lot to me as a kid. 28 Days Later has definitely gone up on my list over the years. Quite excited to see what they do at years later. Original Dawn of the Dead. Also Dead Alive. I've watched Dead Alive a lot. GameStop cases on eBay. You come across them, especially the stupid ones that like their original artwork on them, of like the 90s looking kids on there. I really am not a fan of those cases. You can open a PS1 case in the back. You just gotta like kind of forcefully pop open the back. You just pry open the back of the case from the holder. It's hard to describe. It does pop open though. It opens on the left side if I remember right. So if you have the case open, let's see, I got one right here. Yeah, I'm not popping open Echo Knight, but if you pop open, you want to pull from the middle here, like you grab the elevated section and you just pull it to the right, but you got to be very careful. Just like pry it open carefully. You want to see the price that I paid for Echo Knight? I picked this up in a video on YouTube. You can even see it. There it is. $7.99, and it was part of a bundle deal too, so it was probably like $5. I had a mint condition copy of Echo Knight, like mint, no scratches on the disc, but I held on to this one because it has my original price tag on it that I paid. I prefer that. Yeah, you just pop open the plastic holder. You gotta be careful, but it's pretty easy once you've done it a few times. What have I been playing lately? Well, trying to relearn the Final Fantasy X speedrun has been fun, with the cutscene remover mod. Other than that, just whatever random crap I've been playing on my PS5. Random indie games. I don't get nostalgia for GameStop cases, no, because I would never buy them. I would never buy a GameStop case that didn't have the original artwork. This is a good price for Rumble Roses. So Rumble Roses, I think normally is about 25 to 30. Yeah, price checks out here, kinda. So if any of you are in need of Rumble Roses, it's a good price. $7 bidding. Shipping kind of kills the deal, but even with the shipping, it's pretty good. Over in a half an hour. I currently do not have plans to play Avowed, no. Yes. It wouldn't be an eBay stream without the super unnecessary leg shot in the photo. Like, can you just crop the damn thing? And now he's using his leg as a prop to hold it up. Man, people just... They just love their leg shots on eBay. Ooh. Oh man, this seller... Oh my god, look at this feedback. Item looks like it came from a homeless shelter. Grime and dirt and whatever that is are just everywhere. Seller desperately needs to wash their hands. Damn, that's brutal. Here's what they bought. Desktop unit premium aromatherapy device. I mean, to be fair, in the photos it doesn't look too crazy, but maybe in person it's really dirty. They got all kinds of shit in the background there, my god. I don't know what the hell that thing is. Seller just created a label and never sent the item after a week of no replies on my email. Said it was canceling with no reason given. Don't bother buying. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't follow that stuff. No idea. He seems like he put on a very specific degree, though. I guess that's the hint, right? This game has been getting a little, not like expensive. It's a Billy and Mandy game. But it's one of those licensed games on PS2 for kids where it's in that like $20 to $30 range. It's one that I've been on the lookout for in like lots because it has nice cel shaded graphics. So of course that kind of interests me. Even though I know nothing about this show. This was kind of like past my time where I'd even watch something like this. But I like cel shading. TikTok pre-downloaded on my iPhone. $3,000. With like 75,000 unread Gmail messages. Yeah, I just find it very difficult to watch cartoons that are past my childhood. Right, so if it wasn't like something on old school like 90s Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network or something, quite difficult for me to get into those like early 2000s shows. Especially this, like, I'm very picky about the style of the animation and the way the characters look. I'm definitely more into that gritty, like Ren and Stimpy style Rocco's Modern Life, kind of like some grime around the edges kind of animation, you know what I'm talking about? I never watched Last Airbender, no. I think I attempted to watch that like a decade ago. I must not have survived more than one episode because I really don't remember anything. Hello, Wyoming. I've been wanting to go back and watch a lot of. You guys remember MTV, the Oddities? Remember that block of shows? I really only watched the Max on there. But man, looking back at those shows now, those shows are so weird. I feel like if I went back and tried to watch them now, I'd really appreciate them. The Head, that Aeon Flux show, that kind of stuff. That animation is so crazy. But the Max was my favorite. I don't remember if I got into the comics first or the show. I think the show, and then I got into the comics. But the Max is like legit, besides the Sonic the Hedgehog comics when I was younger, was the only comic I ever collected. The Max. That was it. Image Comics, the Max. Nothing else. I would actually go to the comic book store every time a new issue came out and get it. It's the only comic I ever did that for. Because the art was just so surreal in the Max. I had never seen anything like it before. And the show was mature as hell. Yeah, seeing the Max on TV, it was like, whoa. I don't think kids are supposed to be watching this. Ooh, this is pretty rare. Collector's edition for Scarface, PS2. What does it come with? Making of the game documentary. Well, that would be interesting because they curse like a damn sailor in this game. This is by far the most cursing I have ever heard in a video game, and I think this game, someone told me when I was playing it, it actually holds the record for the most cursing in a video game. And I can see why. Game walkthrough with producer commentary? Huh. Cast videos and interviews, hints and tips video game. I could see why this goes for a lot. It actually seems like it has a good amount of bonus content. I'm going to link this for any Scarface fans, because this does not come up super often, for bidding especially. Seems to be good shape. Any reference points here? Doesn't look like they have any here. Yeah, it doesn't pop up often. Hello, 30. The only Sonic show that I really watched a lot of was Sonic Sat-Am. I watched Sonic Adventure, but not as much as Sonic Sat-Am. I much preferred the grittier Sonic the Hedgehog show instead of the comedic adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, we just did affiliate not too long ago. I hear the Wii version of Scarface is pretty good though with the aiming, because it does like that sort of like Matrix slowdown when you shoot your gun. And the Wii aiming is actually supposed to be pretty cool in Scarface. Yeah, I watched Sonic X all the way through once. I don't prefer it, but I will say Sonic X does get way better as it goes on. I just remember like the final season of that show gets pretty intense. Like the story gets really good. The beginning is very silly, very much like for kids, and then the further it goes in, the better it gets. Do you remember what it was that you bought, 30? It was between February 9th and the 15th, if I remember right. The bouncer. Man, this seller... It's unfortunate they're for some reason charging $11 to ship one game. Because their starting prices right now are pretty good. Not really sure where they're getting $11 shipping from. I don't know what they're doing. They shipping it with a brick or something? It's an AI description. But, once again, it's only $1. Even with the $11 shipping, that's really good for the bouncer. Even if you got it for a few bucks higher, that would still be a deal. Bouncer these days typically between $20 and $30. And worth every penny. This game has held up so well over the years. I would love to go back and do some more bouncer speedruns. The thing that sucks about bouncer speedruns, though, the amount of cutscenes you gotta freaking skip are unreal. So many. And I actually contributed speed tech to the bouncer. I discovered a fast way to disengage with enemies, and it actually helped the speedrun. They had no idea that it existed before. Like, when you get into an encounter, you kind of, like, auto-lock onto the enemies. Where you'll kind of, like, you know, lock on and you dance around the enemies. I found out that if you just let go of the joystick and let it go neutral and then reapply, it will let you start running again immediately. Somehow nobody figured that out. Instead of staying locked onto enemies longer than you needed to be. Yeah, this GameStop case. Hate it. I'd only get it if I ever saw one for Eco, and that is it. Otherwise, yeah, that's probably one of my least favorite used rental style kind of like cases. The GameStop case, hideous. I've streamed a Mega Man game recently. I streamed Mega Man X7, which I actually really liked. I'm a fan. And then I streamed Zook. For those of you that know what Zook is. Let me see if there's any Zooks up on here. Zook. There he is. Yeah, I streamed some Zook. This one. It's a good game. And then, of course, I stream the Power Battles games for my YouTube members on my Evercade. Now, those were cool. I actually really like those. Yeah, I enjoyed the Power Battle games. Yeah, and I did do the sponsored thing for Battle Network, which was good. I liked it, but I didn't commit to sticking with it. Have a Shrimp Pepsi Man? Yes, many years ago. I really like Pepsi Man, but I feel like the final level is just too difficult to the point where it kind of ruins the game. Art Gamers 1979? Oh, I thought that was part of the box for a second. I was like, man, that is ugly. But the cover is also still ugly. Because it's squished. I don't like when covers are squished like this, like the art resolution is not the right size. Read the description. American Wasteland, Skyrim, Homefront. Some of the games are in the wrong case, okay. Oh, I guess they mean that. No big deal. Honestly, this may actually be worth it if you need American Wasteland, if this has the manual, because American Wasteland is like 50, 60 bucks. Also, Guitar Hero 3 is like $20. So you just get rid of that and get most of your money back. Where's American Wasteland? They're not showing the inside. The one game that is most important, we don't know if it has the manual. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh shit. Okay, I see what's going on here. You don't actually get American Wastelands. It's this. It's either Minecraft or MLB 2K9. Well, that sucks. This is just Skyrim music. Thoughts on Kirby and the Forgotten Kingdom? I enjoyed that game. It had been a really long time since I played a Kirby game, so it was kind of refreshing to finally play one. What I didn't like about Kirby, it's like I liked it and didn't like it. I was expecting Forgotten Land to be a bit more open, like more in the style of, say, Mario Odyssey or Mario 64, but it was very linear, which was like a good and a bad trait. I wish it was just a little more open. Other than that, I enjoyed it. Okay, so here's the thing. This seller has a ton of games starting at $1 with $11 shipping. If you buy multiple games from them, I'm sure they're going to combine shipping. So save with combined shipping. Now, how much you save doesn't really say. But I'm sure they're not going to charge you $50 shipping if you buy 5 games. So you can actually make a killing with this seller if you win multiple of their items for low amounts. Because think of this. If somebody's just bidding on one game, they're not likely to bid it high because the shipping's 11. So if you bid on a bunch of their items and get combined shipping, you're going to get potentially some killer deals, right? Because you're getting that combined shipping for a really good price. And these are really good prices on a lot of these games. Very good. Their price for Godzilla is not good, though. $400 is double the price that game's going for. So I'll link this seller, because they actually have quite a few... Like, everything here is below the value of the game. Except for... I mean, even Silent Hill Origins, that game has gotten pretty expensive lately. Yeah, actually, obviously except for these here. Pretty much anything you want here is a good deal currently if you're combining. But it's only worth it if you somehow manage to win multiple games. It looks like they're spacing out the ending of their games by quite a bit of time in most cases. So you will have a lot of time to contemplate. Good old Roger. He got that $11 shipping, but boy, he ain't ready. He ain't ready for the combined shipping strats. Alright, here's his store. But keep in mind, he doesn't actually specify what his combined shipping rates are. So it might be a little risky. He might be like, oh, here's your combined shipping. 50% off shipping for each additional game, and now it's like $15 for 2 games and $20 for 3. If that's the case, I would let the seller know that, hey, that's a little excessive. It ain't costing you $20 to ship 3 games, But I'm assuming if they're charging $11, it'll probably be like $1 or $2 per additional game, would be my guess. Might be in Hawaii. Oh, I didn't check where they're from, actually. That is the one possibility that I can see why that would be maybe a little higher, but yeah, I didn't look. North Carolina, yep. So they're definitely like inflating shipping, but you can use that to your advantage with their combined shipping prices. Depending how good they are. Oh, you mean something like... Well, with that kind of stuff, Dylan, I stream... I randomize the games I play with the roulette wheel. So... It's not like somebody's just like, I want to see you play this kind of thing. It's kind of random. What console do I think has the least market interest right now? Probably the Wii U or the Xbox One. It feels like interest in those is at an all-time low. Maybe the Wii U's getting a bit more attention right now because of the Switch 2. But yeah, Xbox One is just like... Nobody ever talks about it. If that's what you mean. It's a crazy looking box. Ooh, game looks cool actually. I love those kind of graphics. It's like in a 3DO box, but it's a PC game. Never even heard of that game. Cylindric. There's an auction of Silent Hill 3 ending at 3:13 a.m. Eastern, which is quite a time to end an auction. Still going for $200 because it has the soundtrack. Yeah, Silent Hill 3 definitely had the repercussions of going way up in price after Silent Hill 2 Remake. Skyrim music. Checking. I have not played Aquanaut's Holiday, no. Well, if I gave away all my games, I'd have to stream PC games and emulators, which wouldn't be the end of the world. Psycho Pigs, Commodore 64. What a box. They don't make covers like they used to. I have not played The Witcher 3. Nope. Nope. Well, the way I looked at it, I never played Witcher 2, so never jumped into Witcher 3. It probably also just came out at a time where I was very busy with something else. That's usually what happens. And then I avoid it when it launches, and then it's just like, whatever. But I'm also very aware of how big and long that game is. So that's probably another reason I didn't start it. I played the original Witcher on PC. I really don't remember much about what I played, though. And I was getting all into it. I was like reading the book and shit that came with it. I remember reading the story before I played the game, trying to get all into it. And then the game was just kind of like whatever. The first one. That's probably honestly why I never got into 2. Because I really didn't get into 1 much. And I understand they're very different. For rare vintage stuff for like merchandise. There's some very hardcore, crazy Zelda collectors out there. It's probably one of the most expensive retro memorabilia collections you can get into. I used to know some Zelda collectors back in the days when I was like following the video game memorabilia museum forums. What was his name? What is his name? I can't remember. There was one guy that had an insane Zelda collection. Crazy. So impressive. Everything you can think of. Well, there's collectors out there for any Nintendo characters. I collected Kirby stuff for a time. But then I stopped getting less, like, I was not into Kirby games as much. After a while, I always felt like Kirby games started getting too gimmicky. And they were moving further and further away from just being like fun little traditional platformers. So I stopped buying the games and stopped buying the merch. They started getting very experimental with their DS games. To collect for Klonoa. I used to collect heavily for it back when Klonoa really only had like rare vintage stuff from Japan. I haven't bought any of the new Klonoa stuff that's come out recently. Just because, like, I know it'll always be there. It's not going to be super rare. Like, whenever I want to get it, I can get it. But yeah, I haven't bought any of the newer Kirby stuff. Klonoa. I was getting the Klonoa stuff back in the day because it was, like, some of it was almost impossible to find. So, like, if I saw it, I had to get it. But the new stuff is very readily available. Hey, thanks, Weasel. Thank you for the 18 months. Thoughts on the D horror series? Well, I'm flattered you'd ask. Wow. The first game was definitely one of the horror games that caught me off guard the most the first time I played through it. For reasons that you would only... Like, I don't want to spoil it because there's a lot of people that haven't played D. But there's definitely a big gimmick to that game. But when it comes to, like, the point-and-click style FMV games, that's definitely one of my favorites. D2 is one of the most unique horror games I've ever played. One of the weirdest for sure. The game just stands out for how weird it is. Like, you just when you think you've seen everything in D2, it just gets crazier. And it never stops. And I always respected it for that. So yeah, I'm a fan. There was an episodic D game, but it wasn't really part of the D series. I never played it. It was also unfinished. D4 or whatever the hell they called it. But it really had nothing to do with the previous two. Did I enjoy Slitterhead? Yeah, I enjoyed Slitterhead. Probably was a little too long or repetitive for its own good, but man, that game was kind of surreal feeling. Very, very different. I would absolutely recommend Slitterhead if you can get it eventually, probably later this year when it's in the Black Friday bargain sales for like 20 bucks or under. Definitely. Hard to recommend at full price though, but on sale, definitely.
Trekkie 313 wants to search for 3x3 art nudes pro female models. Joking.
Let me get right on that for you, Tricky. Apparently all I gotta do is just like search video game lots and we'll find them. I don't know what you're asking, Tanmay. It's an okay lot, but 380 is probably like market price if you bought everything here individually. I'm not an expert on N64 cart prices, but something tells me that's not a deal. I've never thought of doing something like that, Dylan. $49 games for 110. This would have been a pretty good price when full auto was going for like $30 during the panic time, but it's way back down now. Now this is just your average everyday kind of filler lot. But I still like full auto. Any good finds tonight? I linked quite a few auctions and buy it nows earlier. Yeah, we found some pretty good stuff earlier. Nothing crazy. I mean, that's typically how it is. But if I link something, it means like it's reasonable. The only way to truly find good deals on eBay is auctions, number one. It's one of the only ways that you find really good deals. Catch people slipping late at night. Or if you just sit there and newly listed, buy it now, refreshing. But that's not like, I don't do my streams with that. That's boring. Nobody wants to sit there watching a page refresh over and over. But those are the really only two ways you're getting deals on eBay. Or by watching games and sending offers, and you know, you gotta low ball and just hope you get lucky. That's about it. Those are the three ways. What console would I like to plunge in price? You mean the games on the console? Or the console itself? Thank you, Zach. They just so happen to have a hand model. It's for Pokemon Go? Really? Wristband for to tell Pokemon Go Gocha? What? I don't know what that is. It's an auto catch device, third party. Oh, I see. So people just like automatically catch Pokemon in Pokemon Go now? They don't even play that? How does it auto catch for you? It just knows how to like flick it just right. On these eBay listings? I don't buy during my eBay streams. That's I just don't do it. Anytime I find a deal, I put it in chat for other people to buy. This is for people's entertainment, right? Like, I'm not doing this for myself when it comes to like finding deals. It's for other people. The entertainment of watching and then potentially getting the things we find on stream yourselves. Ever tempted to buy something on eBay? I mean, it's whatever. Even if I see something I like, it's no big deal to link it for someone else. Yeah, I used to try and buy when I first started doing the eBay streams, but then I was getting sniped on stream. Right? Like, if I found a really good deal, it would buy before I was even, like, it would sell before I was able to buy it myself, and I was just like, whatever. No big deal. I'll just link it for other people. Made sense. Like, if people think that they come to an eBay stream with me, probably like the YouTube side, right? Because they haven't. I've been streaming eBay every week for years now. Probably close to 8-9 years on Twitch. Every week. For years. But I think a lot of people come to these streams expecting me to be sitting here spending like hundreds of dollars a stream. That's just not realistic. Not a healthy habit. Would it be entertaining as hell? Sure, but that ain't what I do on my eBay streams. That would be kind of ridiculous. And not good spending habits. Right? Like, imagine if I tried to stream full time and every Saturday I just like blow all my money on game. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make sense from that standpoint. But I am very glad that I am able to incorporate literally browsing eBay for other people into what I do on streaming. It's pretty cool, right? I'm very glad that that is something that people enjoy. But really, eBay streams are not really, like, people on Twitch know, eBay streams are not really about the deals. It's more about the communication, the discussions, the community aspect, the stupid stuff we find. Like, it's not like we're sitting here foaming at the mouth looking for, like, literally good deals. If we come across them, okay. But it really comes down to just, like, a place to hang out and talk about games every week is what it comes down to. And thank you, Season Salt. 90 months. 90 months of resubs. Really appreciate that. Mystery box. I think you're thinking of the PS2 games, right? Yeah, I mean, that's an exception because I'm the only one stupid enough to buy something like that, so there was no competition. That was an interesting lot. The one where the photo was so blurry we couldn't make out what the games were. Legendary listing. $14 shipping. It's like $90 when all's said and done. It's too much. Oh, we have found some crazy deals during the streams, yes. It's not often, but like there are listings where I find something and I'm like, alright, congrats to whoever gets this, and I post the link and it literally sells in like 3 seconds. We do find deals like that, but obviously on eBay eBay's so competitive that finding that kind of stuff is quite difficult. You got the Interplay PC collection. Yeah, sometimes we come across some really cool stuff too that like has been sitting on eBay for a while. But I like to examine things pretty closely, right? So sometimes we come across some pretty cool stuff even if it's not like a brand new listing that someone just buys. They're like, oh, that's really cool. And they buy it. For me, If I'm buying something on eBay, it's usually... Like, I will save searches if it's something very specific that I'm looking for. That normally I don't want to have to sit there and manually search for. But the searches that I would do if I'm looking for something, it really depends what I'm looking for. Like PS2 lot, yeah, I'm just going to search for PS2 lots and just browse newly listed, nothing crazy. My short-term memory is just too bad to attempt auctions. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there where if you look at an auction and it's like, oh, it's over in 45 minutes. Okay, I'll definitely remember. And oh, there's the little alert letting me know there's 10 minutes left. And I'm like, well, I can go back to multitasking something else. I'll remember. And then you just completely forget. So most of the time, it's probably a good thing that happens anyway. Usually what I do now, if there's like a specific PS2 game or something along those lines that I want, I will try and find it in a lot first. And then if I can't find it in the lot, then I'll try and find the cheapest alternative for it individually. And I'm pretty frugal when it comes to the price for things sometimes. Like, I'm very patient. I don't need to like immediately buy something. I'm willing to wait. Very colorful. Yeah, these days, I don't mind going to like a local convention or something and trying to pick up games too. Spec the stuff in person. Easier to try and like negotiate a lower price if you're doing a bundle or something. And it's more fun. LASIK surgery. I don't have any desire for any kind of eye surgery. I don't mind glasses. Prices at conventions are crazy. They can be. It's really about the experience these days of going to a convention, not so much the deals that you'll get. Unless you're really looking through the bargain bin stuff. Really, you just can't waste your time at the obvious reseller tables. You gotta like try and hit up the people that are just literally game collectors trying to like get rid of some of their collection. And it's really easy for me to tell the difference when I'm just like avoid the reseller tables and just quickly find the collectors out there. Stuff I'm currently playing. It's really just whatever random stuff I'm rotating in on stream, which lately have been like one-off, one-stream games. But really my main thing right now is trying to play Final Fantasy X to prepare for the speedruns. The tough thing with that is I have to play it on PC, and it's just so hard for me to... I just hate sitting at my PC before or after I stream, because it's like I already spend enough time sitting in this chair as it is streaming. So I just hate the idea of spending more time in this chair. You know, it's not good for my back. It's really screwed up my back over the years. But in order to play Final Fantasy X for speedrunning, I have to play it on my streaming PC. Can't do it on a stream deck. You got to use like mods and stuff. Look at this fancy background. But I'm very excited for 10 speedruns when I finally am able to start doing them in full. I'm still in like the practice mode right now. Well, I'm not really gaming off stream much at all. If I am, I'm sitting in this chair where I play on my TV. Unless I'm using like my portal or something. Which can be really rough. I was really about to get into Marvel Rivals with my portal, but then I found out that the portal just has a little too much input delay to play Marvel Rivals. Which sucks, because that would have been a perfect game for the portal. Unfortunately, you cannot play Precision Online. I don't want to call it like, but some characters have shooting elements. You can't play Precision Online multiplayer games on the portal. It's not a bad price for these if they're complete. Good condition. Nice. Good shape. Oh wait. This is missing the manual. They seem like they took good care of them, though. Black Label PS1 Final Fantasy games, when fully complete with everything, they can definitely go for $30 to $40 each. So this would have been an okay deal, but the manual missing kills Chronicles. What did I play most on the portal? First Descendant. An armchair setup? I don't even know. I don't know what that is. I can't do standing desks. There's no possible way. 95 is too much for missing a manual in Chronicles, because that drops the price of Chronicles down to like $20, and at that point it's not worth it anymore. Well, the portal's probably pretty good for turn-based RPGs. Input lag is no big deal for stuff like RPGs on that. It's when you're playing like a shooting game or something, it gets pretty bad. Which is funny, right? Because I played a lot of First Descendant. But First Descendant worked, I guess because I was shooting AI stuff, right? That's different. Enemies that are just kind of like walking towards you, not as bad. But if you're playing Marvel Rivals and you're trying to hit people that are jumping all over the place, yeah, it's way harder. How do you resub for 90 months? That's on the Twitch side. There are memberships on YouTube's end that keep track of like how many times people become a member. The 90-a-month resubs and stuff you're seeing, those are notifications on my Twitch stream. I'm multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, there are some people that have been subscribed to me for like nearly a decade. That's how long I've been streaming on Twitch. Yes, games like Final Fantasy 8 and 9 and stuff are cheap. But the Black Label editions in really nice mint shape actually do sell for more than you think. Their price is actually decently fair on that, believe it or not. So I can like try and show you. Especially with all the like the demo disc and the hint, like the second book that 8 comes with. Now you can catch it for good prices because 8 is really I mean, you can just see some of the prices some people expect here. 8 is very common, so you can definitely catch this game for cheap, but it generally does sell for more than you think it does. Right, so here's one for 35, which is on par for the like $30 each in that listing, right? Look, here's 9, 8, and 7, $120 shipped. And then you get this one that sneaks through. Like, you will find these ones that sneak through for cheap because it's just such a common game, so generally, you know, you're gonna find cheap ones. This one's probably missing the second book, which it is missing it. $36, $25 with just the discs in the case. Here's $110 for 9, 8, and 7, $120 shipped. And Chronicles is actually the most expensive of the three. Let's see. So, fully complete, $50. $55 shipped. $57 shipped. So this is why I said if they were all complete, nice mint shape, $95 free shipping's pretty good. Untested search. I don't think I've ever done that. Yeah, I played 7 Remake. I enjoyed it. I don't think it's really a game I would play over and over, though. It's kind of a... I don't want to say one and done. But it'll take a very long time before I want to play through 7 Remake again. Armored Core 3 hiding in the back. Otherwise, though, all the other games are kind of not worth it. You can definitely count on Square Enix to re-release the Final Fantasy Remake trilogy at some point when they're all done. I'm sure they'll do something like that. You don't think they can do that? They're full complete games with level maxing? Well, I think they could, like, easily just bundle... I'm not saying put them all on the same disc, but I can definitely see them giving you, like, a 3-disc compilation kind of thing. And every game is just, you know, start fresh, start over. Believe me, if they can smell money, they're gonna take it. Yeah, one where all 3 games are on one disc? No, yeah, if that's what you meant. Definitely not. Yeah, not something like strewn together. Like one game follows immediately into the other one. Hogwarts Legacy. No, I didn't play it. I'm not into Harry Potter enough, really. Very into it at one point when the books were still like releasing. I read like the first 4 of them. Saw the first movie and that was it. That's about as far as I ever took it with Harry Potter. Though not that long, like a year ago, I started watching the movies. Like past the first one for the first time. I always held off on it because I'm like, oh, I won't watch them until I read the books all the way through, but that never happened. So I made it up to, I don't even remember what movie I made it up to. I watched like, I don't know, 5 of them. They were alright. But really, it's like, if I didn't grow up with it, it's kind of, it's not something I'd ever get too deep into. Bit of a different search. Untested search doesn't really seem. Seems like you get a lot of NES games. Not working. Well, disc games, you can potentially probably get some good deals with that. Just resurface it if you have to. I like how I did a search for not working, and all the games are coming up as tested work. I guess they're hitting the search for like working as well. I don't know if it's been confirmed for Switch 1 performance on 2, but I think it's kind of like expected. That's why I'm really holding off on playing Switch games, just to wait. Switch 2 is coming probably pretty soon, so. I have a feeling when they do the, what was the date on that again? April 7th, was it? 2nd? April 2nd, I think. I think once they do that event, the Switch 2 is probably coming out like 2 months later. Nintendo likes to do that sort of like, here's our reveal, and oh, it's coming out in like a few weeks. Maybe not a few weeks, but like a month or two. The Switch event happened in mid-January and it came out March 3rd. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. They hit you with that 1-2 punch. They're like, boom, here's the release date, and it's way sooner than you think. So be prepared for the Switch 2 to be coming June, July, probably. That would be my guess. It's a pretty good price for this if it's fully complete. Looks like it has... It actually looks like it has both pamphlets underneath. I think there's a poster that comes with this as well. Doesn't look like it has the poster. But it has this insert and this one. Copy original case with manual disc does have some minor scratches on it, but still playable. Pretty decent. This game normally fully complete, in good shape, is usually over $200. So it's your chance to get a little bit of a discount on it here. We saw one bidding tonight that I scrolled by. It was going for $220. So it's not bad. I'll put the link in the chat there. The last Switch 2 preview event is in May. Yeah, so I would expect that thing June or July for sure. Gale of Darkness is one of the few GameCube games that I still would like to pick up and stream. Obviously the price is kind of like not something I'm excited to pay. But the one thing that really holds me back is I really judge RPGs based on their music, and I really do not like the battle music in Gale of Darkness. Let's listen to it right now, actually. Let me see if I can bring it up. Gale of Darkness. Normal battle music. When I think of Pokemon battle themes, they're usually super fun, catchy, and epic. That's not what I think of when I hear this. Like, when it comes to Pokemon battle themes, this is one of the worst I've heard. And I'm sorry to whoever loves the battle music. It ain't for me. Like, right? Am I the only one that's, you know, not really feeling this Pokemon battle theme? Yeah, I'm not really feeling it, right? Pokemon battle themes usually got that, like, good punchy tempo to it. Like, they're so catchy. And if I'm gonna have to listen to this theme for hours and hours, it ain't speeding up my purchase. But anyway, guys, I think I'm gonna hold off on Marvel Rivals tonight. My stomach is a little not great tonight, so we're gonna call it there. It was a fun eBay stream, though. Hope you guys enjoyed. Unfortunately, we're probably gonna have to delay the release of the VOD on this one on YouTube for obvious reasons. Earlier, I'm gonna have to do a little edit. The Twitch side, it'll probably just be unavailable. You'll have to watch it on YouTube. If you know, you know. But you guys have a good night. I'll see you for the next stream. Next stream, I'm not 100% sure what it's going to be, but I'm sure it'll be something good. Maybe Final Fantasy X practice? Probably.